Macera.
My friends, welcome back to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. For today's question of the day, I thought it apropos, seeing as how we're playing Assassin's Creed, which is very emphatic on collectible items, shall we say. So for today's question of the day, I decided to go with, what is the single unlockable item that gave you the greatest sense of accomplishment when you finally got it? For my answer, of course, one of my favorite games is Resident Evil 4 for the GameCube. And when I first unlocked the Chicago typewriter, that was utterly euphoric. I was so pleased with myself when I finally unlocked it. And this might be an unpopular opinion, but I feel like infinite ammo, it kind of makes Resident Evil a little bit too easy. And I was actually quite sad to find out when I played with the Chicago typewriter what I value in the game the most, which is the difficulty, which is the scarcity of ammunition and stuff like that. The game kind of didn't feel quite as challenging. It still felt really good to get that unlockable item, but honestly, having played with the Chicago typewriter, I do prefer it with kind of the base loadout of weapons and everything. So, I don't know, maybe an unpopular opinion, but I'd be interested to see if you guys agree in the chat. By the way, Jerkops, Necro, Dragon, Banana, everybody, welcome to the chat. I hope that you have all had an absolutely amazing start to your weeks. I hope everybody is super, super well. My question of the day is, you got a permit for those guns? No, but they're here anyways. You know in Resident Evil 8 there's a lightsaber? I did not know that. You know what? The first-person Resident Evil games are not ones that I have explored a decent amount. I need to spend more time with those games, honestly. I played through 9, I played through 8, I played through 7, and I didn't really... I don't know, it's not that I didn't resonate with those games, it's that old school Resident Evil is something that I really value. Resident Evil 9, out of the 3 most recent games, is probably the one that I enjoy the most because it's got kind of that RE4 type gameplay. And of course, with the remakes, you guys know what my favorite is. Resident Evil 4 OG is my favorite, Resident Evil 4 RE is my favorite. You know, Mr. Brooks actually looks like a teacher. It's the glasses, it's the glasses. Question of the day might not count, but my 100% Stalker achievement in Shadow of Chernobyl. I am looking very forward to playing that game. So, for those of you who don't know, Jerkops also redeemed the Pick a Game redeem. It's a very expensive redeem, and I've made it expensive for a very good reason, which is I want the people who... They've spent the time with the stream, they know what the channel's about, they know who we are as a community. By the way, Era, I saw that you subscribed with Prime. Sorry, I didn't have my buds in. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in, my friend. I hope that you are having a most excellent day, and that is a great reminder for me to finally get my damn buds in.
Masera.
Thank you for the check-ins, guys. So yeah, Shadow of Chernobyl is now on the schedule. We are going to be, after Assassin's Creed Rogue, diving immediately into what I would argue, from what I've seen of it, is one of the most immersive games that I've ever seen. I've watched Necro stream it, I've watched Kilniath stream it, so it's not my first time seeing the game. Its reputation is not unknown to me, but it is definitely one of those games that I'm a lore and immersion guy, and I feel like Shadow of Chernobyl has that in spades. I am so excited for that game, but I'm not going to allow that to take away from this playthrough, because I did really enjoy Assassin's Creed Rogue during that first stream of it. I'm looking very forward to diving back in, and I think that we're getting a lot of games on the schedule now. We're diving into a lot of different experiences, so the temptation for me is to perhaps speed through games. I don't want to do that. And I pride myself on this, by the way, one of the things that I try to do is I might not unlock all of the content of the game, but I really try to steep myself in the game as much as I can. So I really want to feel like I've done the game justice. So like with Morrowind, with Daggerfall, I gave those games a lot of playtime. I think Morrowind is still my most streamed game. I think I did like 140 hours in that game, just on stream. Malthus, welcome in. It's been a while since I've been able to show up. Glad to be able to. Era, Mist, it is always awesome to have you here. Always awesome to have you here. And never feel bad about not being able to drop in. I know a lot of people like to whip themselves on the back for that. Please do not. It's lovely to have you, though. Question of the day from Malthus. So there are a few candidates, probably more that I have forgotten about since. I'm positive some of those might have been in the Mass Effect games, perhaps even Subnautica, though 2 items I distinctly remember to fit as answers are as follows. The Jedi Master Robe in Knights of the Old Republic 2, excellent choice, on the light side run, and the black armored cuirass from the Sea Dog City of Abandoned Ships. The latter has a few of those items, including the Aztec sword. How's that word pronounced? It's Maquatl, isn't it? I believe it's Maquatl. I would show it more, but sadly I can't show during the Witcher streams because I'm reading the books. Ah, yes. That is... Mist, I completely understand. As someone who is really enjoying the Witcher experience right now, I'm playing the first game. I'm reading The Last Wish right now. I'm looking so forward to diving back into 2, which I have beaten many years hence. I'm looking so forward to the future of this stream series, and the books in particular are something, like the games are great. I'm really enjoying the games, but if I'm honest, the books have been really, really fun. They've been so bloody fun. And I'm looking forward to diving into those even more. Enjoy the journey with the Witcher books. It is absolutely, yeah, I 100% endorse it. It is so worth it. I hope you explore this. I believe I got the nicest version of Rogue when I purchased it. I can't remember though. Normally when I get a game for stream, I normally get like the full DLC kind of version of the game, like the gold edition, if you will. Yeah, the first 2. I'm not quite through the second one. I don't think. The books are very good right now. I finished The Last Wish and The Sword of Destiny. I'm on Blood of Elves, the 3rd book right now. I hope you enjoy it. I accidentally started with Blood of Elves, and I was like, I feel like I'm further along than I should be. And then I asked about it, because the print that I bought didn't number the books correctly, so I was reading them in the wrong order. Blood of Elves was labeled number 1 for some ridiculous reason. Anyways, so I've actually read probably the first chapter of the Blood of Elves. So, unfortunately, I've been a little bit spoiled, but now I'm reading in The Last Wish. I haven't made as much headway as I would like, though. I really wish that I would have been able to read more. Question of the day from Dragon. I'll go with something very relevant considering the game. I played Rogue myself once upon a time on the Xbox 360 when it first came out. Rogue has a huge amount of side content that eventually unlocks through getting multiple collectibles completed. And I'm rather sure that I did all the collectibles and did a full 100% of the game at that. Had a grand old time doing it. Now that I'm running... Okay. I have to be completely honest. What I'm enjoying about Assassin's Creed Rogue is not actually the story. It's driving the ship around, walking around the islands, and just finding a bunch of these little tidbits. The puzzle we did at the end of yesterday, or not yesterday, but the stream several weeks ago, that was really fun. Doing the totem kind of little cave there. That was really, really entertaining. I really enjoy that. And the cinematics of the game are just immense. They're so good. I thought Blood of Elves was the first two. It was labeled the first. Yeah, so you probably got the first. You probably got the print that I did. Like in the continuity, while The Last Wish and Sword of Destiny are... Yes, exactly. Yep. But the Sword of Destiny and The Last Wish should be read first, because those short stories do introduce you to the world. Yeah, you do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm just about to finish Sword of Destiny, and I love the tone of the books and the tone of the game seem to yeah, you know, that's something that, at least The Witcher 1 anyways, I'm really enjoying that. I'm really, really enjoying that. Mist's answer to the question of the day. Honestly, the death sentence. One down mask from Payday 2. I don't know that what you might know about Payday, but long story short, to beat every single heist on the hardest difficulty, that was completely hell from how unbalanced and jank the game is. It was made in a racing game. Yeah, so my experience with Payday is like this much. I did probably a brief stint with the game with a friend at their house, if I recall correctly, but other than that, it's kind of, I haven't really interacted with the game a whole hell of a lot. When you're done with each book, can we get a rundown of your thoughts on everything in the server? Would love to see your Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. By the way, guys, if you are on the Discord and you love books, we do have a books chat in the Discord, so if you've read one of the Witcher books, if you want to have like a deep dive conversation, I would ask that if you're diving in deeply into the content of a book, do a spoiler warning before people read too much. I would just ask that because I don't want anyone reading in too much and realizing like, oh shit, you've kind of ruined a big part of the book for me, kind of thing, because, you know, they might not have read it yet. Payday 2 is a very unforgiving game to new players, but they're very fun when you learn it. You know, this is interesting to me. Discord also has spoiler tags. Ooh, I didn't know that. I'm still a technological novice. I'm a troglodyte. Would you ever consider making videos or other channels for book reviews? I think you missed it in my earlier message, but I would really love to see your thoughts on The Witcher books in that format, or just book streams if you ever got more time in your schedule. So this channel is... My intent with this channel is games history and games preservation. So if I did talk about The Witcher books, I would talk about it within the context of the game. And I think that is actually a good thing to do, because the first books, I believe, came out in 1986. And the game didn't come out, the first game did not come out until 2007. So I think that talking about CD Projekt Red's kind of devotion to the story and how they chose to honor the books in their own unique way would be an interesting conversation to have from that history angle, not necessarily the game preservation angle, but certainly from the history angle. But what I find interesting about games preservation, the games are great, and we should talk about them, we should preserve them, but I've said this in the past, the reason that we preserve these video games is because there are human stories attached to the making of them. You know, you don't learn about Kojima and what he sacrificed to get Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation 1 finished and running the way that it did without actually having that game exist, so that the context is there. You don't get that story from Twin Snakes, you get that story from Metal Gear Solid for the PlayStation. It's important that that particular game is preserved. So the same goes for CD Projekt Red and The Witcher. You know, you had an unknown, completely unknown developer that decided to take this really niche book series that was incredibly deep and turn it into a video game. And I'm actually going to be making a video on this, and it's that I think The Witcher 1 is one of the greatest masterclasses in immersion that I've ever played. And I mean that sincerely. You know, every mechanic in that game lends itself to the central theme of the game. And I won't spoil that for people. But the synergy between mechanics and story in that video game is absolutely incredible. It doesn't do everything perfectly. It absolutely doesn't. But what CD Projekt Red showed with that approach was a kind of ardent devotion to telling the story in a very, very immersive way. And that's one of the reasons I'm looking so forward to getting into The Witcher 2 to re-experience it, and to get into The Witcher 3 for my first ever playthrough. I've never played that game. So I want to see if I continue to feel that kind of sense of awe that I'm getting from The Witcher 1. Suppose you could do a mini-series where you compare Geralt as to how he acts in the book in comparison to the games. It's done 1,000 times, I'm sure, but your perception could be... Well, this is what I always tell people if they want to start making YouTube videos. It's been done before. It's certainly been done before, but you've never done it before. Your voice has never spoken to this subject. You can say something unique. You know, there are a lot of creators like Mandalore and Mortismal and Civi. A lot of people speak to games preservation. A lot of people have conversations about it. But nobody talks about it in the way that I talk about it. I like to think that I bring the perspective of a historian. Someone who's concerned with the stories of not just the video game itself, but the people who made it, and the people who've played it as well. Like you and I, every time we play a video game, we are contributing to a grand tapestry of history when it comes to that game. Everybody who experiences it does. That's the point of the art form, is to be experienced. And that is why it is egregious when a video game gets delisted, lost, unable to be researched, because you lose the ability to interact with the video game in the single way that it was meant to be interacted with. I'm going to be honest, the thing I hate most about the games is the horrible love triangle. I won't spoil it all. No, I'm spoiled on that 100%. But I think they really messed up in that spot, personally. I respect and know why they did, but I won't spoil. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely aware of that situation. I'm not aware of the book context 100%, but I am aware of the game's treatment of the subject matter. Yeah, I've met and seen other people who talk about games history and preservation, but your view feels like talking to an actual archivist. It's always very interesting, because I am. I trained for 8 years to preserve history. You know, I've touched ancient tomes. I've touched swords that were dug out of soil after centuries. I've seen these things. I know what it is to preserve something. I know what that means. I don't know how to do that for a video game, but I know how to do that conceptually for just stuff, just everything, because everything that is around us, everything is susceptible to decay, including video games. So I know what it is like to contend with decay, and what I've been very fortunate in is that as I speak to the preservation of video games from my unique perspective, is that I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot, and I'm actually rather gratified because I know where to search for academic studies, and I found out that Stanford University, the University of Washington, many of these universities have what is called a library, an information library, and video games are actually included in what they archive and what they talk about. You've also got the Video Games History Foundation as well, who published probably the only peer-reviewed study, I would say, on the availability of video games within the United States market. And by the way, it's abysmal. Like even a popular platform like the PlayStation 2, you've got about 12% availability of all of the games ever made for that platform. It's bad. We've lost a lot. We have lost a lot. And really, there's no excuse. When we lose swords, or if we lose, a book, right? It's been centuries upon centuries upon centuries. Normally, we're talking about a very large time horizon. Video games have been around for a mere half-century. They haven't really been around that long. They've been commercially pushed since the 1970s. You had some exceptions a little bit earlier, but by and large, you saw most of your home console kind of interaction with video games in the 70s. Really pushed in the 80s, and then you had the crash of 83, and then it just kind of grew into the massive industry that we have today. I think the most beautiful thing about the progression of gaming history is the current scene of indie games. I think that indie games are going to be one of the things that this era of gaming is the most known for. I think that the prevalence of independent developers is going to be something that is really talked about in the years that come after this. But at the same time, I think that what indie has done is they've occupied a space that was already occupied, right? EA didn't always just make AAA games. They made AA games, they made single A games, they did a little bit of everything within the scope of EA. But now, you have... So, this is the way that I conceptualize this, right? It used to be that the games industry, these large developers would just be a part of the industry, right? There was no divide. Everything was just kind of even keel. Every developer did some AAA stuff, every developer did some AA stuff, every developer did some single A stuff. Some did it better than others, some specialized in certain things more so than others, and prior to the economic crash of 2008, there were a lot of risks being taken. There was a lot of new mechanics being tried, and money was being spent a lot more, not flippantly, but willingly. But now, after the crash of 2008, what you've seen is that these developers like EA and Ubisoft and Activision and Blizzard, they decided they were going to go for the big money productions. They wanted to go for that big money. Rafi, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you so much for the 5 months, my friend. I hope that you're doing fantastic. So, as I was saying, after the crash of 2008, which was not a video game crash, it was just a crash, you saw developers like EA and Ubisoft and Activision starting to go for the big money. They abandoned the space of AA and single A. They didn't want to make those games. Squishy Bunny, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. And that left a void. That left, you know, all these kind of low budget games. You know, you had really low budget studios that just made shovelware, right? They made games that, you know, they were $20 kind of thing. But these low cost developments started looking at the abandoned space, and they said, okay, well, we can fill that void. And then you just had Joe Schmo. You had just this random Russian plumber that had a dream of making the best computer card game the world had ever seen, and he got his hands on Unreal Engine and he made it. You know, like, we have these kind of aberrations within the industry now that are really punching above their weight, which is insane. And I think that what we need to do is we need to celebrate good games, but we also need to celebrate normal games. Like, this is something that, you know, when I was a kid, and maybe you guys had a similar experience, maybe not, but when I was a kid, you had a lot of just okay games. You know, the single A developments kind of thing. Shovelware, movie tie-in games. Nothing special, but nothing terrible. And it was something our parents could afford. You know, sometimes my parents couldn't afford to buy me Pokemon, but they could afford to buy me Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories, or something like that, because those games would charge maybe a little bit less of a premium. But it's one of those things where I think that when there's these lower budget games, like, we need to stop acting like the industry is not supplying low budget products for low budget consumers, because it 100% is. We have never had more video games. We've never had more video games. We have such a select, old and new, we have such a selection of stuff to play, but what do we hear in the news? We hear that Resident Evil 9 is $120 for the deluxe edition. Okay, yes, it is. But Silksong was also, what was it in Canadian dollars? I remember it was like $20 US. So I think that's like $35, $40 Canadian, something like that. You know, you have really great games that are at a budget price, you know? And I think that we need to talk about that just as much as we talk about the high cost items. And here's the thing. So long as we pay, they'll charge. You know, I have a very hard time feeling bad about the situation when we purchase the product. You know, if the issue is that these games are out of people's budgets, then people should just not purchase the games. And then the sales metrics will do the storytelling kind of thing. Again, that is, I don't want to trivialize the issue, but that's kind of, when I look at the long view of this stuff, it's not as egregious as people think it is. I adore Mario and Sonic at the 2012 Olympic Games just because it was all my family could afford. Yeah, if I was lucky, I got a single game a year. My parents almost never bought me a console unless it was secondhand. You know, I got my GameCube by selling my N64 and every single game that I owned. It's the one console collection that I sold in my life, and I regret every minute of it. But I got my GameCube because I heavily discounted it by selling almost everything I had for the N64. I got my Xbox. I think I was like the 4th owner, and I paid like $60 for it. My PlayStation 2 I got for $80 kind of thing. Like, I got my consoles really cheap, and they were never new. They were never new. So I think that what's interesting to me now is people's willingness to, you know, buy things on credit. And I think what's happening right now is we're kind of reverting back to the way that it was during our childhoods, which is your parents couldn't really afford a console for you. So if you did get that brand new console, it was normally like 5 years after that console was kind of defunct and everything was like heavily discounted kind of thing. So I think what we've actually been experiencing is kind of a heyday in gaming where things were, you know, I can't say they were cheap, but they were cheaper, certainly. So you had, like, our childhood, parents couldn't afford consoles for us. We didn't really get those consoles until they were quite dated, right? And then we grew up, and we started getting big people money, and we started getting high-end PCs. We started getting Xbox Ones. We started getting PlayStation 4s. And there was this heyday where stuff was, again, I can't say that it was cheap, but subjectively speaking, when compared to now and compared to the era prior, it was cheaper. And that was kind of like a zenith point where developers were like, oh my god, like all these millennials, they're just buying up consoles. They're just buying so many games. And now we're reverting kind of back to the end of that bell curve where it's like stuff has just gotten too pricey, similar to the way that it was when we were kids. And now we're looking at our children, and we're the ones that are saying, hey guys, I know you really want an Xbox Series X, but Microsoft is charging $700 for that damn thing. We can't do it. Or what are they going to call it? Like PlayStation 6, Helix, Xbox Helix. You've got the Valve Steam machine. You know, these consoles are projected to be like $1,200. So the case for that, you know, if your kid is like, hey, Dad, I really want a GameCube, or I really want a PlayStation 6, you're going to look at that and you're going to go, you know what? I'd really rather you eat, kind of thing. So again, I think we reached a zenith on the bell curve, and now we're kind of being spit out the other end. And again, this is my personal experience, it feels very similar to the way that it did when I was a kid, because my parents didn't really ever buy me consoles or anything like that. Everything I got was secondhand or super cheap. I paid a guy $50 and got a PS2, PS3, and a bunch of games for both. Yeah, right? Because, you know, this is actually interesting games history. So this is the first time in history where we've seen a console platform age and increase in price. Pretty much throughout my entire experience, especially Gen 7, 360, Nintendo Wii, and PlayStation 3. When the console aged, especially when the new model came out, so when Xbox One came out, PlayStation 4 came out, the old models got heavily discounted. But the way that things are being treated now is you've got, like, PlayStation 6 is going to be treated as the premium model, and PlayStation 5 is going to be treated as some sort of, like, cheaper model sort of thing. And what's crazy to me is that I read this insane news article out of the UK where some people are putting their consoles on payments. They're leasing their games consoles. I don't know how prevalent this is, but I saw that story, and it seemed to be from a reputable source, and I was like, we should not be doing that. That should not be a thing. But we're having old platforms, they age and they increase in price. It's insane. It's utterly insane. You should be decreasing in price, especially when a new platform comes into the picture. But we're kind of having this kind of inverse affect that we're witnessing right now, which is kind of wild. I remember as a kid being so sad about missing the golden age of the Wii, because I only got a few. You know what? I would argue that with Gen 7, that was, the Wii was probably, the Wii was the party console, I would say. Like Smash Bros and stuff has always been like the king of couch co-op. But when it comes to that console generation, I think that was what a lot of people flag as the kind of the end of the good old days kind of thing. You know, we had online play, but it wasn't what it is now. It doesn't feel like hollow like it does today. And that might be colored a little bit by nostalgia, but I genuinely think that online gaming on the 360 and PS3 was genuinely more fun. Perhaps because it wasn't so prolific yet. It was contained to an extent. But then you still had stuff like split screen co-op. You still had absolute, I think we're about to have a very good several years in gaming. You know, Code Veronica remake is coming out. We've got the Wolverine game looks absolutely chef's kiss. It looks absolutely incredible. Gears of War is getting another installment, which is insane. Suffice it to say, we have a lot of really neat stuff coming out. It's not all gray. It's not all terrible, right? But it's not. There almost feels like there's a lack of connection there, kind of thing. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I enjoy about Twitch, is this is one of the only places that I've been on the internet in a long time where it kind of feels like I'm in an Xbox 360 LAN party type thing. You know, I'm hanging out with the community. We have a bunch of like-minded people who are really passionate about video games and really love this artistic medium, this entertainment medium, this technological medium. We love to talk about it. We love to experience it. We love to share our experience as well. You know, my favorite thing about playing The Witcher 1 and Baldur's Gate 1 and even this Assassin's Creed playthrough and soon Stalker is you guys sharing that extreme passion that you guys have. You know, I don't think that I would have the same level of appreciation for the games that I do without. When I say that I feel the passion coming through your words, I do. Especially these recent playthroughs, you know, and I hope that you guys understand that my appreciation of these games is earnest. You know, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass when I say that I'm having a good time and I'm enjoying these experiences and enjoying these games. I have to get a bit of a drink. Ooh. Miss doing LAN? Yeah, absolutely. I remember doing GoldenEye, four players, split screen co-op. I remember doing Medal of Honor, four split co-op. It's so fun. So fun. Yeah, absolutely. You can DM the Discord if you want any information. Okay, so before we get ads or anything silly, I do want to get the game opened up, so let me just track down... There it is. Let me just track down the game, and we'll get it started up. And yes, for those of you who care about this kind of thing, I am playing on a controller. I do find Assassin's Creed is one of those games where it feels better on a controller. Hello, dogs, hello. You see me streaming, and that tells you things, doesn't it? Okay, Toby. Hey, you say hi to chat? You say hi? Or say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Whoa. Say hi. Cardboard on TV, so no screen watch. Oh, that's all good. That is all good. We appreciate you being here, Squishy Bunny. Although, why is there cardboard on your TV? Hey? Okay. Oh. Let chat see that you're feeling much better. You're feeling much better. Oh, you want the treats. Oh, you're just here for the Treatos. You don't actually care about me. Hmm? Do not actually care about me. Hey. Okay, well, I'm gonna start the game. Oh, back during the LAN parties, gotcha. Alright, you guys get one more, and then I'm playing the game. Okay, there we go.
And I am a hunter.
Alright. Doesn't look like we have...
Led me to the forgotten edges of this world.
Do we have the game? There we go. There's the game.
Drawing me deeper into
I haven't actually seen this yet, so I'm gonna watch this.
found the truth. That my redemption is found in ashes. That I must burn away the past to set things right. Once an assassin, now their pursuer. I must destroy those who I once called brother. The air is still, and I am a hunter.
This game just got a lot more intriguing to me. Very interesting. Alright. Let's get back into the game, shall we? Yeah, so you did the cardboard barrier so no one would watch. Yeah. I never really had to do that. Okay, now I'm going to have to figure out... Alright. We're going to get sucked in here. And I have to relearn the game because I had to cancel a bunch of these Assassin's Creed streams. Okay, so... That's not where I want to be. There it is. Okay. So... I now have to... It looks like I now have to make my way over here. Right, because we just assassinated... Oh, what was his name? Oh, what was his name? Your youngest brother was really bad for cheating. I hope you enjoy Assassin's Creed Rogue. It was the first game I ever bought full price on release day. So all my memories of it are quite fond. You know, it actually blows my mind that this game sold badly, because everybody that I speak to says they genuinely were really hyped for this game, and they really enjoyed it. So it's kind of odd that it's kind of overshadowed so much by Unity. Lamentably, it came out around the same time. Unity was a Gen 8 launch title, I believe, and I believe Rogue was one of those tail end. Actually, Black Flag, I believe, was similar. It was one of those tail end titles that was on both. You know, it was on 360 and Xbox One. It was on PS3 and PS4. Lawrence Washington, George Washington's older brother. No, it was someone else. It was the chubby guy. I forget his name. It was the one Lawrence gave the box to. We acquired the box, is what we did. Unity came packaged with that. Yeah, exactly. There we go. A pirate Age of Sail Assassin's Creed is in my interest sphere now, because I've been listening to YouTube videos about pirates on my walks. What, like about pirate video games, or just pirates in general? Oh, Rogue is used to tie a few loose points. Ah, I see. I see. Okay, so... we do have a lot of animus fragments. Ooh, and we do have a chest as well. Honestly, even though the money earning is low, I'm early game. So I'm kind of up for it, if I'm completely honest. Okay, so we have one more chest, and it looks like it is probably in the cave. That's all good, Squishy. That's all good.
Not the Dagoth lasagna!
Not the Dagoth lasagna! Avalon, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope the start of the week has been utterly excellent. And how are you, my friend? Has your kitchen been done yet? Do you have your kitchen? Please tell me you have your damn kitchen. Alright. Still not... oh my god. I'm gonna have to give their heads a shake or something. Going to have to advocate on your behalf. Let's just dive in, shall we? Don't think this is freezing cold water. Yeah, no, I absolutely would be too, Avalon. I do not blame you. I absolutely do not blame you. It's kind of an insane amount of time to wait. Like, genuinely. And I say that as someone who does renovations. I've actually made quite a bit of money off renovations in my life. It's one of the benefits of being a jack of all trades. Is this? No, this was the one that I got previously. I hope they're giving you a discount. Like, genuinely, I hope they're discounting stuff. Interesting. So is it outside? It might be outside. I might be barking up the wrong tree, guys. So let's make our way over this way. Then I should be able to crawl up this one. Gotta make our way over here by the looks of it. You know, I realized one of the memories that this game evokes for me, and it's, there is one game that I have played. I think it's also a Ubisoft game. I can't remember, actually. Uncharted. I can't remember if those are Ubisoft or not, but I had a very good time with the Uncharted franchise. And it's very similar. It's like, it feels like you're playing a movie type situation. And I actually have very fond memories of Uncharted. So what I did was I visited my uncle for the first time in quite a while. This was many moons ago, and he was playing Uncharted for the first time. He had a PS3 and he was playing Uncharted. Yeah, but was it the same publisher? Like, you know, Ubisoft, were they... I know Assassin's Creed is, like, Ubisoft, but I can't remember if Uncharted was, like, Naughty Dog developed, but then you've got, like, EA or Ubisoft publishing type deal. I really do miss this era of Assassin's Creed. Stylizing it, very cinematic. Very cinematic. Conan, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. They delayed the delivery, so I chose a date when I'm home, and when I called them why it's delayed after 6 months. Good lord, sir. Okay, so it looks like I can't get at this right now, so we will... Yes, hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn key? All in good time, sir. All in good time. Let's see, we do have a fast travel, but I really would love to collect some of these goodies on the way. We do have some... Conan, welcome in! Fire and war. You sneaky bugger! You sneaky bugger. Come into the chat. You come into my chat, just saying your usual hello, and then you show up with a raid. My friends, welcome in. Plume Mage, Conan, Shadowin, welcome in. I did kind of, you did kind of, you kind of gave me a heads up. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Barabar. Conan Raid, we desire all of the lore. I'm a god. Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, for those of you who do not know me. My channel is devoted to video games history. I'm a variety streamer, and we have quite a few conversations about game preservation along the way. Today, we're playing my first Assassin's Creed game ever. I've never ever played Assassin's Creed. This is my first ever experience, and it's Assassin's Creed Rogue, and I'm quite enjoying it. I'm having quite a good time with it. We have just started the game, and then you just show up here, completely sideline everything. But Conan, how are you? How was Ad Infernum? Why does that sound familiar? Ad Infernum, why does that sound familiar? I'm going to look it up. That sounds really familiar. And I do not know why. Ad Infernum. Oh, this looks very my speed. This looks very much like a game I would enjoy. Was it GOG? Ad Infernum on Steam. Bjorg, welcome in! Give us your teas and tots. Unfortunately, I have a Coca-Cola and a water. I've already had dinner. It's all packed up in the fridge. You cannot have any. I need lunch tomorrow. Guys, if you have not followed Conan, if you have not followed Bjorg, if you have not followed Plume Mage, these are all absolutely 10 out of 10 dudes. They're great channels to hang out in. Conan, like me, is an absolute slut for lore. Absolute slut for lore. Coke is not it is not. It is not. But I am trying to put on a little bit of weight, and for some reason I am still not able to put on my muscle is coming back. Like, my muscle is doing okay. It never really went away in a big way because I'm in the trades. I'm very physical for my work, but I'm still very slight. I'm still very like, it's difficult to describe. Like, although I am decently well muscled, I'm very skinny. Like, I'm very, and it's not like in a good way, it's like in an unhealthy way. Like, I'm a little bit underweight type thing. So a little bit of sugar is not going to kill me. And it does help me, you know, help with satiety and everything like that. So I do love good lore, and expressing lore is a different... I highly recommend it. It does have its jank, but it's playable and completable, unlike Softlock Hell of Ambermore. Ooh dear. Ad Infernum has some analysis to it. Alchemy Demons. Yeah, like, I see the trailer of the game. I think I wishlisted it, which is why it is so familiar to me. No, Avalon, I am one who, I struggle to retain weight. My mom's side of the family, they're all rather small. Here, I'm gonna switch back to the game so I can at least play while we have a chat. I'm one of those people that really struggles to keep weight on, under the best of times. And again, you know, like a pop every now and again. I really only have a pop when I stream. And even then, I'll kind of favor a tea or a coffee. Coffee is my favorite beverage in the world. I love coffee. But when it comes to having pop, you know, I don't have it terribly frequently. It's kind of a rainy day beverage for me. All right, shall we get up to travel speed? All right, now we're going to have to be careful. Brought me some tea. I should have made some before stream today, but unfortunately, okay, so we're gonna slow down. I'm trying to remember. Oh, is it Y? No. What's the button for, what is the, is it X? No, it's not X. No. Oh, there it is. Alright, I believe I can take that one on. Especially now that I have, the new gun. Alright. Let's just be careful here. Haha! Let's border! I'm getting good at this. Yeah, I do actually, I do agree, Avalon, that, you know, you should definitely watch that sort of thing. But in my particular case, I'm able to get away with it, unfortunately. Or perhaps not so unfortunately. Woo! Holy crap. Ha ha ha! Oh, this is amazing. I love this gun. And that's it. That was actually really fast. That went really well. Yeah, like, I would say probably... I would probably say that... like, 90% of the time it's water and coffee for me. And I will say I eat very clean. Like, my actual, like, food intake is very, very clean. I can't really do fast food. This is really the only, like, treat that I'm able to have with my stomach issues. I can't do any sort of dairy. I can't do any sort of sweet. This is really the only kind of sweet treat that I can have. So, I figure if I can have it, I'll enjoy it. Yes, you did see that. You absolutely did see that. Did I invent a new playstyle? It just seemed right. It seemed like the right thing to do. Oh. Did it go down? We're kind of against the wind. Okay. There we go. Spider, welcome in! I eat very clean, and I'm also vegan. I do swimming as one of my exercises. It keeps me in shape a bit. Also, hi, coming from... Welcome in, Spider. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, you know, here's the thing, guys. Make sure you eat clean. Make sure you take care of yourselves. I'm not going to advocate for not caring for your body. But at the same time, life is meant to be enjoyed, at least a little bit. So if having a Coke every now and again, everything in moderation, right? The dose makes the poison. So if you're able to have a Coca-Cola and not overdo it, then sure, have a Coca-Cola. But if Coca-Cola is replacing water for you, then maybe review and don't do that. You mostly eat salad and low carb but still having issues with it. I would look at hormones then. I'm not a doctor, please do not take this as medical advice, but a lot of people I know that that have issues of that type, it is related to hormone imbalance, which to Avalon's point, let's see if there we go. Oh, I'll make waves, baby. Ha ha ha! And now I can collect. Can I just loot this, or do I? There we go. Neo, welcome in. Busy replacing my blood with coffee. Vibes. I'm waking up for work. I'm waking up at 4 in the morning every day. You're sitting... okay, so if you're not moving enough, that is a contributing factor. That is 100% a contributing factor. You gotta make sure... I would say that if you're not inclined to exercise, just get 10,000 steps a day. That's a really good starting point. Just get your 10,000 steps a day. And then, if you can... Prisoner of Warship. What is this? Oh, that's a frigate. I can't take on a frigate yet. I'm going to have to leave it. Oh, what do we have here? Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that POW ship, unfortunately. Okay, so we have another port. Let's make our way.
There's a blizzard, Captain!
Someone attacking me? Oh shit! I might not have a choice. Oh my god. Took that ship down immediately. Oh no. Think your boy might be biting off more than he can chew. Oh shit. Okay, we're not gonna be fancy about this, we're just gonna sink him. I really like this gun. Okay, we rescued someone. Alright. Now, let's go after the POW ship. Shadowvid, have an absolutely lovely night. Thank you for the good nights for Shad in chat. And any raiders, I forgot my manners. If you have to raid and run, please everybody, be taking care of yourselves. Oh my god. This is not going my way. Get him. Oh, do I just have to board it? Is boarding what I have to do? Don't ram it, don't ram it. Okay, board. Oh my god! Okay, took him down. Took him down. Oh! God, I love sharpshooting. All right, let's... Yeah. Lord have mercy! Oh, we lost a crew member. Oh, where is he? Oh! Just punch him to death. Also, hype for that Thief 1 remaster, Night Dive being intentionally vague. It is absolutely amazing. But I will say this. I still think as ardent as Night Dive is in their devotion to the original source material, the original source material still has a role. So Dark Forces 1 as the Night Dive remaster is fantastic. It's a great game. It plays like a modern shooter, but it doesn't play quite like the original game. There's nuances there that make it just a little bit different. So if you're interested in having the, shall we say, historic experience of the game, I would still advocate for the original title. That's not to diminish my absolute hype for the game, though. I'm so glad that Thief is finally getting some attention in the modern day. That 2014 reboot attempt, that made me very sad how poorly that did. So I'm glad to see this happen. And then in addition to that, I'm hoping that a successful Night Dive remaster of the first Thief might lead to some perhaps new titles within the Thief nameplate. I think that Thief could do some really interesting stuff. If they wanted. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you could get some really, really deep story if you wanted. Oh my god. Alright.
Enough cargo to improve the ship, Captain.
Alright, I need to get away from that gigantic ship. Because that ship wants to do very bad things to me. And I do not want very bad things to happen to me. So we'll make our way to the port here. Okay, now let's settle the ship down. So, Cell, I noticed that you're a big fan of Assassin's Creed. What is your favorite Assassin's Creed game? Oh, Books, guess what? Stronghold 4 is coming soon. Not gonna lie, 3D is not suiting Stronghold. I saw this in Stronghold Warlords. And I must say, I agree. I must say. There are some games that just really... they really benefit from an old school approach, in my personal opinion. And Stronghold is certainly one of those franchises.
We should expand our operations.
Okay, so let's grab a Prosperity, which is up here. Can I climb this? That's the... Oh, no, I cannot. So how do I get up there?
Masera.
Probably have to come up this path. Monty, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope the start of the week has been absolutely excellent. Interesting. Okay. Oh! Crap. What do you need my help with, Neil? What can I do for you? Help me convince my wife that the only way to cheer me up is Korean barbecue. The only way to cheer him up is Korean barbecue. I say that as someone who frequently cheered Neil up with food. That's why he loves me. I fed him. I fed him, and now he won't leave me alone. Can't quite get it. You are simple. Ah, there we are. Perfection. All right, now. There we go. Ha-ha! Woo! Okay, there we go. Oh! Ha! I got a shanty as well! Ha ha ha! Nice. Very nice. You'll be pleased to know that some of the side content in this game will eventually involve boss battleships. But you'll have to max your ship. Ah. I think I will enjoy that. I think I will very much enjoy that. Okay, for those of you who are Assassin's Creed fans, though, I'd be very much interested in what your favorite game in the franchise is. And I think what I would find most interesting is if any of you consider one of the original games, or not, I'm misspeaking, one of the newer games, one of the reboot RPG style games, to be one of your favorites. Pardon me, I misspoke. So you don't resonate with the new direction of the games. And that's fair enough. From what I've seen, they are kind of a... I don't want to say they're a shadow of their former self, but they are certainly not devoted to the same archetype that the old games were. Your fave one is still Brotherhood. I have that one for my Xbox 360. I've never played it. But now that I'm getting into the Assassin's Creed franchise, I'm definitely thinking of giving the games a try. Because I am having a good time with this one. I will say that even now, this might not be an experience that I would seek out on my own, but I'm glad that I'm being exposed to... Oh, son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! This is definitely an experience I wouldn't seek out. It's not my normal kind of game, but I'm glad that I'm playing it, and I am enjoying my time with it. Oh, you actually clipped that? That is hilarious. There we go. Synchronize! Revelations for, or Assassin's Creed 3. Never really liked Ezio all that much, but Revelations was the end of his story, and that it was a nice closing of that chapter. And Assassin's Creed 3 was colonial America, by like a few decades after yeah. Like I was saying, Rogue seems to me to be, at least archetypally, it seems to be a mix of 3 and 4. Oh. There we go. Gotta go for it. Ha-ha! Okay, what else can we grab here? We've got a Templar map. It's 3 wearing 4 skin with a fresh story. Yeah. Oh, yes, with Michael Fassbender. Yeah. I remember that movie. I never watched it though. I never watched it. Game movies, just like movie video games. Just like movie video games, game movies generally do not hit the mark for me. I will confess that openly. I think the Prince of Persia movie with Jake Gyllenhaal was kind of a similar situation. It's kind of just like, what are we doing here, boys? Like, just genuinely, what the hell are we doing here? But, ironically, the tie-in game for that movie was quite a fun Prince of Persia video game. That was actually very funny. Quite ironic, if I might say so. Okay. Pardon me. Interesting. So maybe... Maybe I can head this way. Oh, there it is. There it is. Prince of Persia movie felt more like Assassin's Creed than actual Assassin's... Well, and ironically, I recently found out that Assassin's Creed was at first meant to be a Prince of Persia video game. That was some very interesting history that I learned. So, I actually think whenever that analog is cited, I think it's actually quite apropos.
I'm thinking we should expand our operations to the sea.
Okay, let's head in here. It was going to be called Prince of Persia. Very interesting, eh? And I think one of the most interesting parts of video games history is the games that never were. I think that's one of the most interesting aspects of video games. Okay, so we have sword and dagger sets. Whew. Pardon me, guys. It was a very long day at work today. Okay, so we got pirate scimitars, we have colonial American cutlass, we have a British cutlass. That would be like all of my money, though. But I do have the money. I do have the money. What about pistols? Interesting. I feel like maybe getting a nicer set of pistols might be a good play. So I've got good range. So the Queen Anne pistol seems to be a very good all-rounder. Interesting. The original writer of Assassin's Creed finally has his passion project game coming out after being in development for something like 15 plus years. It's 1666 Amsterdam that was showcased the other day. Ooh. Interesting. That was the game with, I'm trying to remember. I saw so many trailers. After Code Veronica, my eyes glassed over. I was so hyped for that. It's unbelievable. But, that was the... I do not yet remember the credo of the Assassins. That is not yet something I remember. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. There are lines, Avalon, there are lines. Sell cargo, resources you get by plundering ships, raiding outposts. I wonder if I should upgrade myself, or if I should upgrade the ship. I actually think upgrading the ship might be a better idea. Ugh. So what do we have? So I must be able to get to this. There must be some way.
Of an empire.
So let's see. Upgrade the ship, you can get a hold of... Yeah, exactly. Okay, I am definitely barking up the right tree with this one. Okay. So let's crawl up here. Oh, not that one. We shall do this one. All right. So we'll make our way over this way. And then I think the... Okay, so we unlock this chest. But then it looks like we might have another one nearby. So that one might be interesting. So why? Interesting. So do I have to find some way up this waterfall? Like, that's just the settlement, that's all. I could synchronize this settlement as well. That one has the Viking sword, which I must admit does look rather attractive. Spyro on the PS1 beaten 100% in a single day. Oh, doing some. Oh, even inland waters freeze me. That is interesting. Okay. Duly noted. Right, let's make our way back to the ship. We'll head into my quarters. We'll upgrade the ship. And then we'll make our way to that settlement that has the Viking sword fragment. Right. That's going down here. So yeah, we have quite a few... We have quite a few shekels to our name. So let's upgrade the ship. So we've got hull armor upgrades for... That is quite a bit of resources. So, question for you guys. Do I have to upgrade the actual... Do I have to upgrade the actual ship into, like, a different form? Or does just upgrading the hull armor, for example, just make it a better ship? So that's an upgraded RAM. It just upgrades the stamina of the ship? Okay. So... what do I want here? Upgrading the hull armor gives it more health. Each upgrade is as it tells you. Okay, gotcha. The hull gives a more medium resistance to hull damage. Alright, well, we'll do more hull armor. I can't afford the next one. We've got front carronades. 4 front carronades capable of stunning enemies. Round shot strength. Round shot deals medium damage upon impact. Okay, well, that's 900, so we're just gonna upgrade that. Well, by the sounds of it, Rogue is more or less Black Flag. Seems like it's basically the same. Okay, let's upgrade the strength of the Puckle gun. Hello, Toby. How are you? How are you, buddy? We'll have an ad break in a minute, and then I can take you out. Should I do the broadside cannons? I wonder. I mean, these are the cheaper upgrades, so I'm just going to do all the cheaper upgrades. Get the ship into a better all-round place, I think, would be a good idea. And then we will upgrade... And then we'll upgrade the RAM. And yes, that spent all of our money, but frankly speaking, this is going to put us in a better situation when we encounter bigger ships, and we can get better upgrade parts when we encounter bigger ships. So, I think, by and large, it's going to... Buying RAM in this economy, books? Absolutely. It's called piracy.
The shiny thing.
Very apropos. RNGesus has blessed you, Conan. Alright, now. Let's make our way, which is the next... Yeah, we want to go here.
Get the mainsails into the wind!
Lose the mains, half sails.
Alright. Let's get the sails going. Man, this is a damn tight turning ship.
Or sail!
Let's get up to travel speed. Why not? Whoop. Oh, I'm gonna hit these. Oh, ho, ho! Not gonna lie, guys. The shanties are a vibe. I am vibing with the shanties. Does anyone have a favorite sea shanty? It's not really a sea shanty, but it is an Irish. It is an Irish shanty. It's the Tragically Hip covered it when I was a kid. It's called Fiddler's Green. Whiskey in the Jar. That's always a fun one. Alright, let's see. Let's go for... Let's synchronize the area first. And then after we do a synchronization... Oh, we have some carry-on. Once we synchronize the area, we should be able to... A little bit of a hostile area, perhaps? I'm assuming this is a hostile area. It most definitely is. Synchronization. That doesn't look like it's too far. Oh shit. No, I don't want you doing that. That's for damn sure. There we go. Aww. I don't like having to do that. Don't like that they make me do that. Ah, there it is. And there it is. Alright, let's... Oh, do I have to make my way around here? Oh, this should be where the Viking sword fragment is, though. Oh, there it is. There we go. 2 out of 15. Oh, that's a lot of fragments. That is a lot of fragments. Toby's being a brat.
Fellas, smoke me a kippa. I'll be back for breakfast.
Do what you gotta do, Conan. Do what you gotta do. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. There. Now we'll synchronize. Rainlight! How's it going? How we gophering over here? We are gophering very well. We're gophering very well indeed. We're in the colonies right now. Yes, I'm playing as one of those Americans. Alright. Should be able to take those guys down if I really wanted. I would like to get a bunch of this sweet loot. Let's do that first. Let's get some of the loot first. There's a lot of really good loot here. Toby probably isn't too pleased about you killing his ants. Probably not. He is kind of whining at me, though. Do you have to go outdoors? Is this a legitimate plea for outdoors? Alright. You have convinced me. Alright. I'm going to leave you guys with the clips for a second, because it looks like Toby's planning on peeing himself. I will be right back, my friends. Really? Alright.
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth. Yeah, Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. Now, excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. I love how that's how you're gay. What the fuck?
Suck on a glorious amount of all-American custard! God damn it!
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amron? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
Last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. You're really gonna struggle getting down the mountain otherwise. So we're gonna help you, okay? Okay, are you ready?
Ooh, they knocked the wind out of my balls.
Well, okay. I just realized I leave the mic on, but the clips are running, so you probably couldn't understand anything that was happening.
Show us your dick!
Conan just coming in with the heaters. Coming in with the heaters. I don't think you have once. God. So, Rain, those are all clips from stuff I said during the stream. Like, that's all me. Those are books quotes. I'm not proud, but it did happen. When did I say that? When did I say that? Classic.gif. Yeah, exactly. When did I say that? I think that was during... I think that was during one of the Skyrim streams. I think I was streaming the Dagoth follower mod. Okay, let's grab the loot. Ooh, nice. Okay, got a bunch of good stuff out of that. Okay, it was during Skyrim? Okay, good. I didn't forget where I put it. Okay. Now, I do have to... Oh, did I forget to switch back to the game? God damn it. I thought I pressed the right button. I fat-fingered. They're right beside each other on the stream deck. I will not take responsibility. These guys assassinatable? Like, what's...
Oi, pull!
Ha-ha! Ha-ha! You won't stop me, huh? Ha-ha! I can't do the Mickey voice. Ha-ha! There we go. Let's go this way. Ha-ha! There we go. Okay, now, what do we want next? Okay, so these are specific... Those are specific things I need to hunt. What's down? Oh, is it actually behind the house? It is. There we go. Elementary. Whoop. Ha-ha! Drive by. Got him! Boom! And just like that, I own this place. And just like that, we have made safe the city. Drive-by assassins these days, man, it's rough in the colonies. The assassin, they are. They absolutely are. Yeah, that has been incredible, for sure. Let's get this guy, since we're here. Well, aren't you being needy? I let them out and everything. Ungrateful. They just want more treats. Quinn is on prednisone, so she especially wants more treats. Okay, let's mark that one. What do we have here? Perfect. Right now, I need to get the Animus Fragment, which should be quite nearby. And I was correct. I think I got to jump up. So jump up here. Quinn, what are you doing? You up to? Let's see. Don't think I'm going to go after any of those resources, so let's make our way back to the Morgan. That was nice, because now we've got more Viking sword fragments. I really would like to unlock that ASAP. That seemed like a really nice set of swords. And you know me. I do like my swords. Now let's see. Where do I want to go next? So that's a little more prosperity. There's a war letter. It's over at this settlement. No more Viking fragments. Doesn't appear to be anything of import. That was the quest that we did, so we kind of got everything. Let's see. Oh, we've got some more Viking sword fragments. Fort Baye Rouge. Would be nice. Would be nice to get the sword fragments. Okay. We actually have a lot of sword fragments that we can grab here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to go to all of the different ports. And I'm just going to collect everything I can. I'm going to be a little bit completionist about this. We're doing okay for time, so I don't think that would be a bad idea. And it would be neat if I could get the unlock of the Viking sword. That would be very neat. Go down. Well, it's not down yet.
Fire!
Whoa, what was that? Oh, whoops. Get it? Gotta catch the ship now. I wanna get as much loot as we can. Now let's board. One single ball hit the ship, so it put a cinematic kill cam. That's like Skyrim. You get the cinematic kill cam, and all you've done is like shoot a rabbit. It's the exact same vibe. Let's get these. Let's get these boys. Almost. Oh. Oh, oh, nice. They surrendered before I even had to actually physically board. That feels good. We don't actually have to repair the Morgan, so that's fine. Perfect. All right. And we get loot on the way. Okay, we actually have a decent amount of loot. Oh, that looks like a big... Ah, that looks like a big fight. Ah, alright, fine, fine. Alright, our ally ships are probably going to go down soon. Yeah, it looks like we're about to lose one. Not boarding any of these. Alright, we're actually in decent shape here. But we're not rescuing any of the allied ships. Oh, that's actually going pretty well. Oh, the Blanche is gone. Can we board? Yeah, we can board. Oh, did that dock with the allied ship? Oh, okay. That was intentional, yes. Okay, can I still choose to board him? Okay, good. Yeah! Okay, one sec. Ooh! Okay, lock it in, lock it in. Can I get him? Just wait for him to shoot. Lock in. Easy. Easy, men. Oh, nailed it. Oh. Ah, beautiful. It's a truly beautiful thing. Easy. Why am I sucking so bad? Oh, why? What? I couldn't attack, not to save my life. Literally. Oh, that is actually terrible. That is actually terrible. Oh, that is frustrating. We're doing rather well, too. We're doing quite well. Okay, well... At least I resynchronized right around here. Hopefully I didn't lose too much. Ah, that's a little frustrating. That could have been a really good win. Game Freak, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. It's been a good Monday. It's been a good Monday. I'm very well. A little bit tired. Definitely a little bit tired. But overall, I'm doing well. I think I'm in for another week of nights coming up soon. So that's not going to be ideal, I must say. But honestly, I do like my job. So I'm trying not to complain too much. And frankly speaking, it's kind of nice that I get to stream during the daytime for you guys when I do work nights. So that is not the worst thing in the world. I will say that. It's almost like when I work nights, I get to have, like, the more normal schedule, if that makes sense. You did some softball practice. Okay, so we got a little bit of synchronicity. Right, now we've got some prosperity, which is inside of the fort, which is a restricted area by the looks of it, but you know what I say to restricted areas. Nope. We will get the animus fragments first, though. I think that is fair enough. Animus fragment. And now we've got a war letter that we can pick up. Oh. There we go. Now I finally got the hang of that. Oh, today was the first practice. What got you into softball? I will say I've recently started getting into like a Pathfinder campaign at work. The guys at work decided they wanted to get a little group together, so actually the president, no, it's not the president, it's the CEO. I think so. Anyways, he's playing with us, which I thought was really neat. You know, you don't necessarily have to play with the guys, as it were, but he thought it was really, really cool. He hadn't played since he was a kid, and what I found absolutely lovely about the experience, we did session 0, and what I found absolutely amazing about the experience was that he he took to the role-playing aspect really, really nicely, I would say. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. And, like, I'm used to role-playing. Like, obviously, I stream. I do voice acting, which actually helps a lot when it comes to that sort of thing. Okay, where are we headed here? Okay, so we have a little chest back here. So are these Brits, though? That's my question. They're obviously going to be hostile. I remember fighting enemies of this type in the past. Okay, we do have some armament that I can snag. Okay, then we will grab this next chest, which is all the way up there. Ooh, that's gonna be tough. Come on. Oh, come on, I should totally be able to do that. Should totally be able to get up that one. Alright, let's get up here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the ads have dropped, guys. I know I took a little bit of a break to let the dogs out, but I am going to take an actual break to hit the loo and grab a little snack for myself and everything like that. I recommend that you guys do the same, and then we will continue to clear out the ports of this particular area, and we'll get as many of the Viking sword is what I'm going for in particular. But I have to say thanks to you and take my leave. Avalon, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for hanging out, in spite of the fact that it's quite late in your neck of the woods, so I appreciate the love, my friend. Thank you so much for being here, and we will see you on the next one. Much love, my friend. I will see you guys after ads. Really? All right.
That's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth Ur. Yeah, Vivek mole-egged his ball, so much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. Now, excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. I love how that's how you're gay. What the fuck?
Suck on a glorious amount of all-American custard! Yeah, goddammit!
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amron? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
Last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. You're really gonna struggle getting down the mountain otherwise. So we're gonna help you, okay? Okay, are you ready?
Ooh, they knocked the wind out of my balls.
Well, okay, it's not a level 3 unrelenting force, so you wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Dagoth's drawing? All right, I'm scared. I think I'm going to die, but we're going to see how this goes. All right, ran out of stamina and got kicked on the ground a whole bunch.
I will burn this building down. I am underslept. I have 3 hours of sleep. No coffee. The fuck?
This is a trust cannon chat. Ah, I believe I could fucking die! Oh no!
Bye, bud.
In that case, Melly, I'm sorry.
The road is long and troubled, and we need
No, Melly, why are you doing this?
We mount our mighty steed to gallop down the way. With strength and fervor,
Melly!
is made flowing in the wind. Severus climbs atop him, a new journey now begin. Yamate Cranberry, the greatest horse you'll ever see, galloping with speed and might, now sing along with great delight. Yamate Cranberry, clippity, cloppity, clip. Yamate Cranberry leads us on this trip.
Oh, what have I done?
Like, ooh, yay! Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for accommodating my little break. It is much appreciated. Okay, now let's get back to the task at hand. Game Freak says, my dad introduced me... oh, your dad introduced you to it when I was little kid. Not softball, but t-ball. Then I went to youth sports, and then into Special Olympics softball, which has started Awesome! That is absolutely amazing. So, okay, so you're doing some Special Olympics stuff. That is absolutely brilliant, Game Freak. Is it specifically softball, or are you doing other sports as well? Because when I played sports, I did multiple different things until I hurted myself. Soul Eater, welcome in. It's good to see you, my friend. I hope that you are well. Also some bowling too. I suck at bowling. I am, okay. Sports you're bad at in the chat. Only sports you're bad at. I am terrible at bowling. I cannot bowl to save my life. Ooh, that's very tempting. That's very tempting indeed. Alright, I don't think these guys will... Alright, we're going to be cheeky. Aha! Just wait for him. Just wait. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. I am not a sports person at all. You know, I was actually I was very into sports, actually. I did everything. I did hockey, I did soccer, I did track and field. Oh, shit. Oh, no, this is not... Ah, there we go. Ha ha ha! Perfect. I was so afraid that shanty would get away from me. Okay. Let's go for... prosperity next. Oh, shit. Okay. That's not ideal. Let's get him. Alright, easy does it, boys. Just casual. Just all casual. What was that? What the hell was that? Parkour! It's parkour. Alright, we healed up a little bit. Okay, so I think I can, yep, I can take the tree up. Okay, so there's prosperity right there. Now, let's just sneak up on this boy. Just so he doesn't snipe us like, oh, come on. There we go. Alright. So we've got prosperity down the run. Oh, come on, let me loot him. I need ammo. Thank you very much. Prosperity is so far away. So, make our way past the soldiers. Can I... Ah, perfect, I can. Good. Good, 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 good. Not good. Oh, maybe... Okay. No, that's fine. Maybe this is okay. Yeah. Okay, we're good. French do not like us either. Oh. Oh, he tackled me. Ho 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 ho! Ha ha! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Alright, let's get out of here. Okay. Now, where are we going next? Oh, there's... Oh, no. Come on! Alright, there's another prosperity. Okay, fine. We're going for it, chat. We're going for it. You really love the OST? This game has been doing a very good job of... Again, it's very cinematic. It's very cinematic. And I think that this game does a particularly good job of showcasing... Oh. What do we have here? Okay. I think we're good. The cinematic nature of what it is. And the consumption of the story and all that other good stuff. I think is one of the boons. Assassin's Creed is at its best when it is cinematic. And I think that's why a lot of people don't resonate as much with the RPG Assassin's Creed games, because this one feels very... Again, it feels so much like I'm playing a movie. Like, it feels uncannily like I am playing a movie. But you don't really get that in the newer Assassin's Creed games. It's very unique to this generation of Assassin's Creed. Okay, I really want front carronades, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep saving up a little bit. We were making quite a bit of use of the puckle guns as well, but the carronades is the one thing that I haven't upgraded, so I would like to upgrade that when I get a chance. So let's take the wheel, and then we are actually going to make our way to the burning ship.
Fire!
Oh, shit. Whoops.
Awaiting orders, sir!
Crowd on every inch of sail.
Loose topsails, gallants, and royals.
Okay, so not too far away. That might actually be the ship that I took down. The game might actually be throwing me a bone here. And I must say, the historical bent to this as well, I think is also very, it's very understated. Okay, so what am I supposed to do with abandoned ships? So, do I board the ship or do I just destroy it? Oh, I see. Okay, okay, okay. I see what this is. Okay, so then I get these ones.
Masera.
Font Crams, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope you are doing very, very well. Okay. Is that it? Oh, come on. Come on now. Alright, I had to leave. That's sad. Alright, well, let's do that again, shall we? No, that was my bad, because I was like, oh, if the timer goes up, if the timer lapses, I can just... I'm just gonna get sent back to my ship, but that's not the case. So, let's head back. Let's loot again. I think that my problem with the modern Assassin's Creed RPGs, in premise, right? Because I'm not a huge fan of the franchise, right? But in premise, my problem with it would be that... Oh, one sec. Come on. In premise, my problem with it would be this. Why is Assassin's Creed as a... Like, Assassin's Creed to me is a historical drama. That's what Assassin's Creed represents to me. It is using the story of the Assassins and the Templars and using that to explore the history of mankind. And when you get into the RPG Assassin's Creed stuff, it turns into an exercise in, well, fantasy. And that's, to me, as a bystander who was really just trying to decide whether or not he wanted to play the games, it was always a situation of, you know, why are they doing this? I didn't understand. I didn't comprehend why they were doing what they were doing. Alright, the ship has sunk! And I still get to loot it. Alright. But yeah, when they started going into, like, ever more fanciful ranges within the story, I kept asking myself, it's like, is anyone actually asking for this? Like, I don't care if you can make the... I think any story can be made to work. I think that we are innovative enough as writers that we can turn anything into a workable story. But I don't think that makes the story meritorious by default. I think that we still need to ask ourselves, did this need to be?
Count ourselves lucky to sail these waters.
The ultimate goal of Assassin's Creed, in my opinion, is that they are trying to get you interested in history by giving you a historical drama with two real factions that had nothing to do with each other IRL. Yeah, exactly. You know, the Templars and the Assassin conflict is a very interesting way to engage with the stories of very real history, very real characters of history. The sci-fi elements of modern day bog down the story and gaps that fans. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and I would say I'm like, just personally, I'm not really here for that aspect. You know, it just quintessentially isn't for me at that point. Well, and that's fundamentally, you're right. You know, if we're talking about it from a business perspective, it's very simple to explain the thing, right? Witcher 3 was doing fantastic. Assassin's Creed said, oh, we have an IP that would work. And they made it work. And they did. They made it work. Some people did enjoy the games. And more power to, you know, like, I always say, if you can enjoy a game, I'm not going to sit here and tell you you are wrong. You are enjoying a piece of entertainment that is your prerogative. I think that is just fine. I think that's just fine. And in fact, should be encouraged. You know, art is interesting because we are all so different in our perspectives and the way that we enjoy things. So, I think that your perspective as an enjoyer of the Assassin's Creed games that have RPG elements, you're going to tell me things that I myself am not going to recognize implicitly due to my own caprices. And we're going to have a very interesting, hopefully compelling conversation as a result of that. Maybe not, but the hope is that we would. Sorry, I'm locking in here. I don't want to fall and perish. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay, perfect. The modern day of original games left gaps on purpose to be mysterious. The ultimate question is if someone enjoys that type of story. True. Flameborn, welcome in. Yes, the game you recommended. So, so we have a new redeem. It's called Pick a Game. So if you have enough channel points, you can just pick a game, and I will play it on stream. Dragon remembered you recommending Assassin's Creed Rogue. So when he said pick a game, he was doing it for shits and giggles, frankly speaking. But I messaged him outside of stream and I said, hey, I understand that you were just having a laugh, but I would like to extend the invitation if you would actually, you know, like to see something on stream. And Dragon said he remembered that you recommended Assassin's Creed Rogue, and he remembered that 75k, so that is about, so Soul Eater, I did not want to give anyone the easy access to that redeem, because it really does shake things up quite a bit as far as my schedule is concerned. It tosses things up quite a lot. 75,000 channel points is about, I would say, maybe you guys know more, but I would say it's about, like, 9 months to a year of watching the stream. So, the people who get the Pick a Game redeem, they're committed to the channel. They're committed to viewership of the stream. They're committed to what I do as a content creator. I want to reward that. So the Pick a Game redeem is to reward people for sticking with me and it gives people who really love the purpose of the channel an opportunity to share in that purpose, I would say. Which I think it's important to give people that opportunity. Well, and here's the thing. When we are doing our normal scheduled program, the normal way that we would do it, it's one of those things where... Oh, there we go. Your game still has a chance because we do the wheel spin. So with the wheel spin, you get a chance, but the Pick a Game is just you going, okay, like, I understand we have the wheel spin, but I have 75,000 channel points. I would like to see you play this. And then there's a cheaper redeem that allows you to ask for just another wheel spin. So if I do a wheel spin and you don't like the game that I landed on, you can just go, okay, I would just like to see another wheel spin, please. I'm just trying to invent fun ways to interact with the channel. Yeah, screw the rules, I have money. It's a Seto Kaiba redeem. Screw the rules, I have money. Okay, so we do have some stuff over here that I would like to advantage myself of if I can. So we synchronized. Oh. There we go. Oh, very nice. Drop down here, and we can grab this. So this is the second stream, so we are on hour 6. Yeah, we're just over 6 hours. Yeah, but why gamble 40k when you can wait a little bit and get your guaranteed pick? That is your choice, right? That's... Again, that's... I don't want to delegitimize the wheel spin, which is kind of the standard way that we pick games. I don't want to completely delegitimize that. But 75,000k are... That takes more time to accumulate than 40,000. So, 40,000 points, I think that's about 4 months of steady watching of the stream with my current output, I would say, which is 3 streams a week. And this is a conversation, guys. This is ongoing. So if there are structures in the stream and channel redeems, if you have ideas for cool redeems that you would like to see, if there's a way in particular that you would like to be rewarded as a viewer, then please let me know. Absolutely. I'm definitely all ears. But these are just my ideas as of right now. Okay, so what do we have here? So that's an armor set. Collect all the relics to find the secret location and uncover legendary Templar armor. Well, that is very interesting. Okay, so that is not the level. Okay, so we have another chest right here. Lots of loot in this area. Jet, welcome in! I have enough for 2 game picks with a chunk of change left over. Rubs hands together. Oh god, why do I feel like I'm playing Dark Souls soon? I haven't played that game in ages. You would be you'd be watching a lot of pain. I'm terrible at Souls games. But at the same time, there's only one way to get good. Okay. Ah, there it is. Did I play Bloodborne? Yes, but I do not own a PS4. I played it at a friend's house. He was actually in the chat, Neil. I played Bloodborne on his PlayStation 4. And it's a lovely game. The art style is just very much my speed. I absolutely adore the look of that game. But I did suck at it. Make no bones about it, I did suck at it. Oh, shit. Oh, that was not ideal. Okay, so I need to... Dark Souls 1 is an option, but I make it creative and subvert expectations. Ooh. What are you planning, Jet? Now I'm curious. You had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. Do a Barbie game. Someone's going to do it eventually. Someone is 100% going to do that eventually. I just 100%ed yesterday, easily dethroned Sekiro from my favorite Souls game, Peak. Oh, you did, Bloodborne. You did 100%. There we go. That was a little bit painful, but we survived. Let's grab this boy. Yeah, you know, I think Bloodborne has the potential to become my favorite Souls game, just because I love the aesthetic. I love the Victorian aesthetic of that game. But right now, it's still Dark Souls 1. The personality in that game, for me, just cannot be beat. I got very far in that game as well. I got to Gravelord Nito, was where I ended up quitting my playthrough. Oh! Anyways, back to expectedly repeating myself for blind books. What do you think about Shay so far? I think that the intro beckons a very interesting story, which is that he's an assassin hunter. But right now, we're playing just as, you know, as you do in an Assassin's Creed game. We're playing just as a regular assassin. So I'm very interested in where this is going, as far as a story goes. Very interested. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, don't die. Don't die, you silly bugger. I think Shay is headstrong. He's a very interesting character from the perspective that... Oh, shit. He's a very interesting character from the perspective of, like... I think that...
Sarah.
He would strike a lot of people... Railbound, welcome in. He would strike a lot of people as, not very deep, I think. But that's why I think the quests that are going to appear later on in his story, I think that's why the intro cutscene interests me so much. It's like, Okay, what am I missing here? How are we? I am doing fantastic today. A little bit tired. Work has started to pick up. The project is starting to get busy, which is a good thing. We want to be busy in the trades. But at the same time, you know, managing the stream and my social media and working as a plumber, it's tough. It is genuinely difficult. Okay, so we do have some moolah now, so we can get the carronades. I was skeptical at first, however, once I passed the early stages of the game, everything just shines so bright, it almost... I'm looking very forward to the later story then. No spoilers, of course, but... Jagen Vlagen! Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope you're having a fantastic start to your week. I'm doing quite well, because I just got some carronades. Mass respect. Hey, you know what? It is work that I really enjoy. Working with your hands is a skill that not enough people foster. And I think that there's a certain connected feeling that you get when you are able to realize a design concept and turn it into something real, right? You know, mechanics, electricians, HVAC techs, plumbers, so on and so forth. We're all able to take a conceptualization through an architect's drawing, or a blueprint of some sort, or an engineer's drawing for a car tech, right? It's all stuff that... To me, it's very impressive, because I spent so much time in academia, right? I just studied and studied and studied. Oh, is my computer doing the thing again? What's going on here? Something just popped up randomly. But, you know, I spent a lot of time in the conceptual space. I spent a lot of time thinking and learning how to think and argue ideas, which is absolutely amazing. Goodness gracious, my English is really improving. Well, here, exposure. That's how you learn a language. That's how I lost all of my French. That's how I lost all of my German. I used to have a lot of knowledge when it came to that sort of stuff. Oh, did he miss us? Ha ha ha! Eat it! Traveling very quickly for him. Nice! Oh! Oh, these upgrades. Oh, these upgrades. Okay, we ate a shot. That's... Oh, he just missed. Oh, the ship combat is so fun. This is the part of the game where I'm just, like, absolutely in love. Oh, okay, we kind of missed. Okay. Beat aboard. Oh! Did we take him down? What's going on here? Okay, we gotta board him. Let's go. What's going on? I said I wanted to board, damn it. And board we shall. There we go. Now kill the enemy crew. Oh, we missed that shot. Almost got him. Oh. There we go. Okay, we're almost there. Ooh, let me at him. Let me at him. Ha-ha! There we go. Easy. Assassinate! Ha-ha! Going to give him a Canadian act. We'll see. We'll see. In this game, you board ships. That makes it a board game. Oh, Railbound used to be a mechanic. Ba-doom-ts. Exactly. Let's salvage the ship. Let's salvage it. So, why did you, if I may ask, it's personal stuff. Why did you give it up? I know that being a mechanic is damn hard, by the way. It is. The pay structures are very, very difficult to like, if you're good, you can make a lot of money as a mechanic, but if you're being taken advantage of due to the way dealerships do things, it can be damn hard. Damn hard. I do it as a hobby. I just restore... Oh, the government. Oh, were you like a independent business? Ah, I worked for your... Yeah, okay. Yep. Yep, just the business. Just the business end. I understand. Yeah, the missus is a sole proprietor herself, so I totally understand. Oh, we'll make her way this way. Travel speed! Oh, and it looks like the wind is at our back as well, so we'll go even faster. Yeah, I just do it as a hobbyist. I've always, since I was like this big, I was restoring classic Mopars with my dad. I really like sailing the Arctic Sea area. It gives me the right vibes. This, again, I take it back. The cinematography of this is absolutely fantastic. Took a huge risk to do streaming. You know, I have massive respect for anybody who adopts this medium because it is so hard. It genuinely, guys. I know that it's like, oh, you play video games for a living, but it is genuinely, you have to learn audio balancing. You have to learn cinematography. You know, if you want to make content and everything else, right? You have to wear so many hats as a content creator. Then we hit them! You have to wear so many hats as a content creator. It's genuinely hard, and streaming is probably one of the hardest versions of that exists. And sadly for me, it's my favorite version. I prefer, I love doing this. You know, the whole getting to chat with the community, getting to hang out with you guys. Like, I like making videos, I like having things to say, but getting to actually sit down with you guys, make videos, have conversations, that is where it's at for me. That is what I love. It's the weirdest thing to explain, because it's not. Reach out from Soul Eater. My current accent is a mix between American and British and Canadian. Mostly Canadian, though. I don't know how did my accent develop to become mostly Canadian. Because the Canadian accent is a mix of all of the Anglo-Saxon accents. So the American accent kind of evolved independently, Whereas the Canadian accent, yes, it did evolve independently to an extent, but due to the presence of French Canadians, Acadians, as well as Newfoundlanders, Prince Edward Island, like the Maritimers, we have like an Irish sounding accent in our country. We have a very aristocratic British accent. We have a very so Quebec, the French part of Canada, it's actually a more formal version of French than what the French people in France speak. So a good highlight of this is when I was taught Quebecer French, when I say ice cream, I say crème glacée. So ice cream. They slang it in France. They just say glace. So the linguistic nature of Canada is very multicultural, and it's very British and French colonial in particular, because that is our history. That is what created the country that we have today. But then we also had a very, very strong, and I mean strong, German, Polish, and Ukrainian presence, especially in Midwestern Canada, which also affected the way that people spoke. So if you have a Canadian-sounding accent, first of all, I would say what Canadian accent, but a lot of Canadians have what is called the Omni accent, which is we just sound North American, for lack of a better term. The general North American accent is the Omni accent. It's the accent that I have because my dad was military and we moved every 4 years. So I was in all these different parts of the country, and I was speaking amidst all of these different dialects. So I picked up little things, and I lived in the States. I've lived in Oklahoma. I've lived where people have Southern drawl and they say y'all, right? That's not something I ever picked up, but it's something that everybody, when they first speak to me, they're like, there's something about the way you talk. It's weird. I don't quite understand, like, I can't place it. And it's that. It's that I have the Omni accent. The Omni Canadians are the most powerful. They did all the war crimes. I am Optimus Prime. Canadabots, roll out. General North American accent. I've heard 10 different accents in my state. Yeah, exactly. But that's why they call it the General North American accent. Because Canadius Prime. So if you have an accent that is just general, for lack of a better term, right? But you've all heard it. Then you get kind of slotted in the Omni accent. But I agree, when I lived in Oklahoma, there were lots of people that had loads of different ways of speaking. It's that way in any part of the world. Any part of the world. It's been my dream to visit Canada. My late father was deployed there in the British Army, and he always spoke so highly. I love my country. I will be unapologetic of that. I love my country. I love living here. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. I've lived all over North America, and where I live right now, Midwestern Canada, this place has my heart, man. I love it here. I absolutely love it here. There's good things about everywhere that I've lived, but I'm in Manitoba. I'm in the Winnipeg area, and I absolutely love it here. I adore it. I'm forever grateful that I make this my job. I'll always be forever grateful for the community. 100. You have to be grateful. You have to be. You know, you have to. He lived in Toronto. Okay, that's where my parents are from. They're from the Greater Toronto area. But I think that, grateful's a good word for it, but I would also say staying humble. You know, remembering that this is a community, and that having to support each other is one of the most important things that we can give to each other as fellow humans. We have to be there to support, and here's the thing, like, we're not going to agree all the time, you know? There's a lot of, like, just video games. Like, just video games. Something that, in the grand scheme of things, might not be the most important thing that we could ever talk about. We're going to disagree on this, and we have to realize that it is our differences, it is the nuances that make these conversations fun. One second. Drive by. Ha ha! Oh, got him. Oh, that's nice. Oh, you just bitch slapped me. Holy shit. Oh. Yeah, you're damn right I'm getting away. Woo! Ah! Don't you dare! Oh, damn, he got a pot shot off on me. Ah! So close. So close. Yet so far. I think it's intriguing how much, Sorry, one second. I want to make sure I'm reading this properly. I think it's intriguing how much and how proportionately stronger sailing has been, and still is being romanticized. It emanates an atmosphere of freedom, detachment from everyday life, combined with the purity and simplicity of nature and the sea. The aesthetics of thus allows for the reminiscing of this age to a larger degree than other aspects. But of course, for the sailors, it was much different. Those actually living this life. Yes. When you study the history of the era of Manifest Destiny, it is, it's eye-opening, definitely. I think that to the point, I think that the aesthetic of this game and this era is amazing. Let's whistle, see if we can get this guy.
Hey! Don't give him the satisfaction of slipping away! I have him in my sights. I can get him from here. Don't get your hopes up. I'll keep up with you.
Whoa! Oh, good, got him. Oh, that went really well. Oh, nice. Okay, that went really well for... Oh, shit. Woo! Whoa, what the hell? Why couldn't I move? Oh, I'm such a shit. Alright, let's heal a little, shall we? One moment, everyone. Try not to die. I will read chat momentarily. He did. He used the holy hand grenade. Nice. Oh! Whew! Ow! Oh, okay. He made use of the holy hand grenade.
Macera.
One moment. Oh, nailed him. Judge Ray, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Great start to the week. And all of that loveliness. Okay, we got a little bit of good stuff.
Alright, fine. Just for the only bucks.
Just for the only bucks. That was in confidence. That was secret. You're taking advantage of me, so. Alright, let's grab some ammo from over here. I remember this mission having 100% sync requirement being not getting detected. I could be 100... You know what? I think that what I'm trying to do right now, and I always try to do this on my first playthroughs of games, is I try to just have an experience that is authentic to me. And I think that that is something that is... I don't want to say it's getting lost in the modern day, but I kind of feel like it is a little bit. I'm not saying that this is what everybody does, but I feel like that there's this overemphasis on the completion of a game, the completionist run of a game. And you know what? If you want to do a completionist run, and that is authentic to you, like, fill your boots, have fun. But I think that, for me, what I like to do is, I don't necessarily like to 100% a game. I like to just experience the world of a game. And really just steep myself in that as much as I possibly can to discern, insofar as I'm able, how much I like the game. Let's see. How do I jump up here? I like the fantasy of sailing, but I don't want to actually get scurvy and do all the hard work. I'm right there with you. I'm also kind of... I don't know if I would actually get it, but I'm quite apprehensive of getting seasickness. I would not like to... I would not like to feel ill in that particular way. I do not yet have sword grenades. So we can't break through the icicle. But I can get a bunch of filthy lucre here, which it would be amazing. What do you think of Resident Evil Revelations? Is it good? I enjoyed those games. I did enjoy those games. Like Resident Evil 4, I would say that those games did have an emphasis on the more action aspect of Resident Evil, but I did find them enjoyable experiences, and I think that they're a worthwhile entry to the franchise, I would say. I wonder if the sleep darts would work on this guy. There we go. Hey, I don't have to kill the bear. It's fantastic. I love it here. Alright, let's go up there as well then. I don't want... Oh, crapola. Please don't eat me. There we go. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Don't you be doing me dirty like that. Basically, you don't like forcing yourself to a certain playstyle or what the game wants you to do. If yes, then I 200% agree. If no, then I 100% agree as well. Yeah, so what I'm saying is that I want the game to... I want to speak... I want the game to speak to me. I don't want to tell the game what it is. I think that a lot of people get almost offended when a game isn't what they expected. And I think that's kind of why I resonate so much with retro titles, is because with a retro game, there is a lot more of that emphasis on, you know, the game just is what it is. And you can dislike that all you want. The game cannot be for you, but the game is what it is. But nowadays, it's like, you know, I like Resident Evil and I didn't like this game. You know, and it's like there's almost this kind of personal slight that is perceived. Whereas I don't necessarily feel like that. I don't necessarily feel like that was the case with retro titles, but I'm not perfect. I could be reading into it a little bit. Damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm good. Alright, let's get the item. I think we have maybe something else in here as well. I'll try Revelations 2 first, then Revelation, because I heard Revelations 2 is better than Revelations 1, and the connections between the 2 game isn't that noticeable, like RE7 and RE. Yeah, so Revelations, you don't have to play in order. I actually thought Revelations 1 was the stronger story. I'll be completely honest. That was my personal feeling with that one. Okay, so let's... So it's actually down there, okay. Okay, let's shoot Boyo here. Let's get him with the... Let's get him with the dart. Get him with the pistolones. That should keep him asleep long enough. Oh, I don't want to kill him, though. I really don't want to kill him. You know, it's not necessarily the different perspectives. I think that's true. I think that is true. But I think that it's fundamentally misunderstanding what a video game is, right? A video game is the realization of an artistic vision. It is someone saying, this is something that I want to put into the world. This is the story that I want to tell. This is the art style that I wish to impart, so on and so forth. And yes, some video games are commodified, and that is less true, but I still think that is true. Even when a video game is commodified, I think that there are still artistically minded people that contribute, craftsmen that contribute to these products, to these games. So when we approach that game with an expectation, an old game, a retro game, and yes, this is slightly generalizing, I understand, but when it comes to a retro title, there was an expectation that you would have to learn what the game expected of you. And I think that, you know, the reading of a manual, even the installation of the game, right, on PC, you'd be getting art, you'd be consuming the game before you even consumed the game, kind of thing. And these days, what has changed is the way that we interact with the media, right? We have a lot of hype that surrounds these things now. And we end up getting introduced to what is planned to be done before it's realized, before it even happens. But again, it's a different interaction with the game. Okay, so let's. That's the next. Yeah, that's the next one.
Unfurled mates, let's move.
Let's move. Ready to hit them, sir.
Alright, let's speed up. Travel speed! Okay, I do not want to fight that guy, I don't think. But perhaps he wants to fight me. It sounds like he wants to fight me. Certainly coming off that way. Out of range. Okay, that's just a schooner. Should be fairly easy. Board him! Oh, do we go past him? Too much. Come on. Let me sing along with the boys. Yeah, I kind of wish that if we were still in combat, there would still be some sea shantying happening. I would like that. I do think the sea shanties are. Oh, fuck me. Oh no. Nothing happening here, sir. Nothing at all. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about your boys. Oh, really? That was it? Oh, did we win? Yeah, we won. Nice. All right, let's get some moolah. Let's get some sweet moolah. It is a big old galleon. They called it a schooner, actually. But hopefully what I was saying made sense. So. Oh dear. All right. Let's get up to travel speed as much as we need to put some distance between us and that ship. Oh, the ship in the yes. Yeah. Very large, very mean-looking frigate, I would say. But we do have the wind at our back. Being optimistic is a necessity if you don't want to get disappointed. Building fake expectations in your fantasy world with information, yeah. Right. Apparently that's an allied ship. Okay, let's try to avoid a contest. And also, my little cousin watched me play the Resident Evil game, and they probably 96% sure they aren't going to like the fixed camera in the Resident Evil 1 game. So I'll replay Revelations 2 because of the third-person POV. Try some of the remakes as well. Like, you've played 4 OG, so you would probably have a good time with the remake now as well. All right, I'm not going to start a fight because I really like the song. With the 3 cannon decks, that's more than a first-rate. Yeah. Yeah. So that ship is like that is the colonial era equivalent of seeing the Arizona or the Bismarck. Seeing a ship that big with that many cannon decks is... You would take one look at that ship and you'd be like, nope. Because you just do not have the firepower. You might get a freak shot off and do some damage, for sure. But just, like, it's an odds game, right? The more cannon decks you have, the more damage you're going to deal. So you kind of automatically... You almost automatically win the fight the more cannon you have. Alright, let's... Oh.
Enemy heading for us, sir! It's a brig!
Alright. You wanna play rough? Okay. We can play rough. Say hello to my little friend. Alright. Let's take him on. Nice. Alright, we'll avoid the iceberg. Travel speed. Oh! Nice! Just missed us. Okay, we got him. That didn't actually deal too much damage to us. Easy. Easy. Oh, what did I hit here? What am I hitting? Oh! Drop in, there we go. We're just taking you straight down. Oh. Come on. Alright, I'm just gonna take him down with a puckle gun. Screw it. You're being... Oh no, okay. This is going a little too long in the tooth for me. Alright. Sorry guys, I gotta lock in, otherwise I'm gonna get taken down in this. Nice. Just slow down. Boredom. Oh, shit. Alright, well, we'll see how this goes. Okay, 4 enemy crew are down. Okay, a little bit out of range. Okay, we almost took the enemy crew down. Not even boarding. Come on. Show me your face. There we go. Nice. Perfect. Okay, one more. There we go. Now you're taken down. Using the puckle gun against infantry is so overkill. I have to, man. I have to. It's easy. I don't even have to board. Liz, welcome in. Huzzah! Yes, hello. How are you today? I hope the start of your week has been fantastic. I saw that you were streaming earlier today. I was not able to attend. I'm very sad. Sad face. But could I get a... If I have a mod in the chat still, could I get a shout out? Could I get a shout out for Liz? I'm sleepy, but things are good. How are you? I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. Life has been lifing really, really hard lately. but I'm taking the positives, which is I'm still able to manage a stream, hang out with the amazing community. You were playing some Morrowind. Are you still doing your Breton? Or have you started a new file? Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'd be very curious to know, because I'm fairly certain that you finished the main story. This has convinced me to download Assassin's Creed Rogue and give it a... Do it. I'm loving the game. I'm having so much fun with the ship combat. So, Flame, have you played this game before? And, just haven't played it in a while? Or... Oh. Interesting. Huh. Alright, well... Oh, we have a frigate. Oh, God. Alright, let's try and take down these icebergs so we can actually get in. Oh. Okay. Hello. Morrowind's, it's one of my favorite games of all time, Soul. It's one of my absolute favorite games of all time. I did my first complete playthrough on stream with the community, but I think my love for Morrowind is so... I haven't talked about this. I think that my love for Morrowind is so strong because I struggled to love it for so long. I really didn't like the game when I first played it. I didn't understand it. And my lack of understanding fostered frustration to an egregious amount. And I think that once it clicked so unbelievably hard for me that it just immediately became one of my absolute favorite games of all time. Love the penguins. The Arctic atmosphere is just so nice in this. Okay. So we have a fragment. Okay, so it's not limiting my time, which is good. Do not like time limits. No, I don't believe you have. Actually, I think it might have come up incidentally. I think I might have mentioned that I'm turning 31 this year, and then you mentioned you were younger than me, I think? But of course, no doxing, everybody. Make sure that you're keeping your information safe. I don't think that your age is something that's terribly important to protect, but just make sure that you're being safe on the internet, guys. Yeah, okay, I do remember now. Yeah, I do remember now. I remember that being mentioned. Okay, so, let's... I played the shit out of Rogue. It was my main Assassin's Creed game back on the 360. So, Flame, I feel compelled to ask at this point, because now I'm playing it. What was it about this game? Like, did it just happen to be the one that caught your eye and you ended up playing it? Or is there a reason that this kind of, yeah, time to dox myself. Please don't. I don't want to be responsible for that. Mods, prepare to delete all Flame's messages. but retain the credit card information. I do find it interesting that, and this is, I think, why Dragon recommended it for the stream, which is that it is a game that has lamentably kind of been obfuscated by other games within its own franchise. And we can make our way back up. Good. We have a chest right around. We were actually just talking about that earlier, Flame. Can't remember how we got the game, but it was just one of those few ones my parents bought. First Trusa. Yeah, so we were talking about this exact thing. So, I was talking earlier in the stream about how a lot of millennial kids experienced, basically just not as many games as we expect to be able to experience in the modern day. When I was a kid, my parents bought me no consoles. Like, nothing. For the longest. I think my parents bought me a replacement for my Xbox 360 that I bought when I was 17. I got the Halo Reach Xbox 360. But prior to that, everything that was either purchased for me or purchased by myself, that was secondhand or it was hand-me-down. My Xbox I got for like $100 off eBay. My GameCube I sold my N64 that I got as a hand-me-down from a friend. So I got that for pennies on the dollar. I did have to buy my own N64 recently because I'm trying to rebuild that collection. What else? All of my Game Boys were hand-me-downs. I got my SP from a friend for $20. My Game Boy Advance was hand-me-down. My DS was hand-me-down from a cousin, I believe. So this is an experience that I feel, anyways. And again, you guys might think I'm wrong. But this is, and I'm not even saying, Darkfire, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the game library. I hope you're having a fantastic day. There's a question of the day at the top of chat, as per always, if you do feel like answering a question, but welcome in. I'm assuming you're a fan of Assassin's Creed Rogue. If so, what is it that you love about the game? I'm very, very curious. I always like to ask when people hop into the chat anew. I'm always curious, because this is my first time playthrough of this, and I'm still working it out for myself. Okay, so over there. Interesting. Okay, so maybe make our way over this way? Ooh, what are we doing here? There we go. I recommended it partly because I wanted to give a viewer a voice when I have all these things sitting around, but also the game didn't sell well and a good chunk of people just didn't realize it existed. Plus, it was also a franchise where, yeah, exactly, 100%. I didn't even notice the question of the day, seeing you play Rogue Con. Hey, it's all good. But as I was saying, I think that our experience as, you know, when we consume a lot of gaming media, the inclination that we get fed, I think, in a big way, is that everybody's buying games. And that's really not the case for the majority of people. Games are, and frankly always have been, you know, this whole idea that games are more expensive than, they have always been more expensive when compared to household income. They've always been very, very pricey. And that was the case for me and my parents as well. They wanted to buy me games. They wanted to facilitate my love for video games, and I did love video games. But unfortunately, and I was from a gaming household to boot, they just weren't able to buy me all the games I wanted, right? If I was lucky, I got a game a year, if I was lucky. And again, if I wanted a console, I was going for hand-me-downs. I was going for cheap stuff. I was always like 2 console generations behind. When the Xbox 360 was coming out, when the Wii came out, I was playing an N64. And I did grow up with my dad's PC. That is 100% true. But my dad also did not have that many games. My dad had like 5 Star Wars games. I think eventually it got up to 9. He had 9 Star Wars games at some point. And that's like all we played. And every now and again we would get like an Anakin Speedway or like just a kid's game kind of thing for PC. But those would be on sale for like $20 because nobody bought them. I don't know if you can see my YouTube message, but I said that my favorite aspect of Assassin's Creed Rogue was the ambience. Ooh. I did not see your YouTube message. Pardon me, one moment. I need to know if oh my goodness. I am not getting my YouTube chats. I am so sorry, everyone. I am so sorry. I apologize, everyone. Yeah, I've got a multi-chat over here that's supposed to be everything, and I wasn't seeing it. That is, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. That makes me sad. It makes me sad. Books hates YouTube viewers. Cancel him. I failed. I must now commit streamer seppuku. It's my one job. I have one job, okay? I wonder why... Here, just give me a second, guys. I wonder if it's something I can fix quickly. I want to see if I'm connected here. Interesting. It says I am connected. So I use OBS, and I use the Atom suite. So the multi-chat, it's a part of Atom's full OBS suite. So it combines YouTube and Twitch chat, but for some reason, and I think it's YouTube's side, sometimes the YouTube doesn't... It is a free plugin, yes, it's completely free. Sometimes the YouTube side doesn't communicate to it. Question of the day. The Canon knock gun from Neversoft's Western gun. Since you have to 100% the game to get it, but once you have it, you can't really use it for anything, since there isn't much to do in the overworld since the missions, and there's no New Game Plus either. I was just saying, in Resident Evil 4, I had a very similar feeling. Pretty much the same feeling, actually. Let's see if I can maybe... And then I'll reconnect to my YouTube. Pardon me, guys, just one moment. Because I really would like stuff to work. Okay, so let's see here. Ah, there we are. Okay, so that should give us access again. So if someone on the YouTube side could send a message, I would like to see if I have this working or not. Once I reached high school, I started, oh, there it is. It all showed up at once. It's just like, oh, you want messages? Here. Just vomited them at me. Oh my word. That was hysterical. Like, seriously, guys, it was a wall of text that just went. Maybe I reset that before every stream. That might be the play going forward. Books was given the YouTube book of... Yeah, exactly. No man was meant to have this much information. My mind can't take it. Am I going to die? Okay, now. We do have a cave painting that we need to find. So let's make our way. I'm playing on PC. Yeah, most of the stuff... I do have the wherewithal to play... Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch! Oh, okay. Why'd you make me kill the bear? Why'd you make me kill the bear? Alright, we'll get this nice and scanned. Shay's like, let me look cool by not wearing a hood in a cold environment. Cool guys don't look at explosions, man. Cool guys also don't wear hoods when it's cold. I remember in high school, everybody refused to dress for the weather. It's what cool people do. But to answer your question, Darkfire, I play pretty much everything on my PC. But I was not always a PC gamer. You can see behind me, there's a CRT TV, and I don't know if I can... no, it's not shown on this screen. But there's a CRT TV, and in this station, I've got my GameCube, I've got my N64, I've got my original Xbox, I've got a PlayStation 2, I've got loads of original consoles. Upstairs, I have a Wii, I have a 360, I have a PS3, I don't have a anything Gen 8 and newer, I don't have. I just have a PC for that generation of gaming. But all, like, Gen 7 and older, I have consoles. We were always a console household because of my parents. That was just the cheaper option. Well, and consoles were, for the longest time, the cheaper option. They absolutely were. They absolutely were. It wasn't until I got big boy money that I got really into PC. Prior to that, I just, you know, I was a console gamer like everyone else. I always dress for the weather. It just so happens my warm hoodie is also stylish. Books merch. I appreciate that. Appreciate the subtle merch plug. I'm glad you like it. Like, seriously, I'm glad whenever you guys get merch, I'm so glad that you enjoy it. My streaming quality, I very much appreciate that, Darkfire. I work very hard to put on an entertaining show for you guys. I might as well mention this because we do have some new people in the chat. So my name is Martin. You can call me Books if you're feeling less familiar or a little bit, I don't know, A lot of people like calling me Books just because I don't know, it feels more casual to them or something like that. But I'm okay with you guys knowing my real name. And my channel is devoted to video games preservation and video games history. I try to make content that supports... Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, we're going to have to speed right past this guy. I got it for free, so I'll give as much free advertisement as it's still appreciated. I'm just glad that you guys enjoy the products. I'm very glad that you guys enjoy the products. Okay, we gotta get out of this guy's sight as soon as we can. Okay, we got the wind at our backs soon. Easy, easy. Okay, I keep missing a chat, so I'm going to read it. Soul Eater, at the start of my life, 4 to 7 years old, I used to play Flash games every day in my father's computer. Once I finished first grade, my father bought me a PlayStation 2, and I was tearing up remembering the days I used to play. On the regular life was just extremely easy, and I was feeling fantastic. Once I finished elementary school, my father got me an Xbox 360. After 2 years, I sold it to get a PS3, because I really wanted to try the exclusives. Once I reached high school, I started working in a local game store, and then I started saving up until I managed to purchase the PlayStation 4 that I currently have. I think that this is the natural progression that should be. Again, I think that the media has really deceived us in how this should feel, right? It's normal for your parents not to be able to afford to get you all of the video games that you want. That's normal. I do not want to harpoon anything. It's normal for that to be the case. It's normal, and I hate the fact that a lot of people are trying to sell you this expectation of yourself and your parents that, you know, you should be able to afford like all this magisterial stuff, right? I wish that I wish that more people would be content with what they had. For the longest time, I had one video game that I was enjoying constantly, and that was Pokemon Red for my Game Boy Pocket. That was it. Like, my dad had some computer games, I could play them at my leisure, but I was interested in my Game Boy Pocket that I got as a hand-me-down. My parents bought me Pokemon Red. That was the one game they could afford to get me, and that's what I played. This game takes place in North America, so this is the North American Arctic right now. So this would be like the Hudson Bay area is where this would be. So if you look on a map, look at Canada, and you'll see the Northwest Territories, Manitoba, Churchill, Manitoba. You'll see parts of Quebec, and you'll see Ontario, and it all kind of just. You've got the Hudson Bay that is just a very deep, natural kind of port, almost, that accommodates all of this stuff. Oh. Just taking himself out?
I'll teach you. No, it won't. Never mind.
What do you need?
Question. Hey, would you get out of here? No brain cells. If I loosen this, can I push this down? Because I didn't buy I forgot the adapter, right? So I gotta finagle. Because it's...
No, you'd have to get a plate that would work with that. Because that, yeah.
So I gotta finagle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that won't work.
Okay, thank you.
It is what it is. All right, now we've searched most of the areas here. I think this was the most recent one that I was visiting. Now, once you discover these areas, it does permit fast travel, which is neat. but you have to discover the area. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to discover a lot of areas. Yeah, and that is a guess. So the North Atlantic, it's like Hudson Bay. This would be, so the Hudson Bay, that's going to be like Northern Maritimes. Once you get into the Hudson Bay, that's inland. That's going to be like Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, and the Northwest Territories. Those are going to be kind of encompassing the Hudson Bay as far as like land mass. All right, let's go to Pearl Island, shall we? I think the North Atlantic is more up towards Newfoundland a little bit. Yep, absolutely. So, ooh, piece of candy. Always an abandoned ship there. Been messing around with Morrow. Ooh, nice.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
I will have a drink. I will have a drink.
That ship looks empty.
I will go to the ship. One moment. I've been given good advice. I've been told to hydrate. Everybody, hydrate or dihydrate. That's all good, soul. That's all good. Actually, you know what? I'm going to just ignore this. This entire time I've been singing along with the you know, I've really enjoyed the shanties. Like, I just love the act of sailing around. And I think they had a really good idea when they added shanties to this. Not only is it historically accurate to what the sailors would have been doing, but it's also just really fun. So we're just going to ignore these boys. We're going to go to Port Pearl. So far, I've made an Argonian NPC named Has Hardscales. Oh, make sure I don't perish here. Gotta be careful. Easy. 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 Oh boy. Yes, how are you guys enjoying Morrowind? It is... I don't know if you guys can see the map of Vardenfell right behind me here. It's one of the original maps from the game. Morrowind is one of my favorite experiences. Morrowind is one of my absolute favorite games. So anybody who's having a good time with Morrowind, I'm always curious how their playthrough is going. And what got them into Morrowind? You know, Morrowind is definitely... yeah, keep going. Don't stop moving. I thought, oh wait, no, maybe it's... Maybe I have to double tap. Oh! Missed me! No, we're running away from you. Travel speed! Ooh, what are you? A brig. Alright, well, we're gonna keep moving. I want the port. I don't want the ships. We'll fight the ships in a bit, though. Nope, I want to go to this port. I want to get all the items here. Stop shooting at me! Stop blowing holes in my ship! Oh. Oh, sperm whale. Fun fact, chat. Sperm whale is my favorite animal. I almost... Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, whoa! Whoa! Holy shit. Rescue a bunch of them. Oh my god. Big fight between some capital ships. And I call them capital ships. That's a very video game phrase. Oh, shit. Oh, what do we got going on here? Alright. I didn't want to fight. A fight wanted me. Come on. Line it up. Oh. Nice. Okay. We got 2 ships to contend with. Ramming speed. Easy. Board him. Alright, let's just take him down with the buckle gun. This is diabolical. Oh, just... Oh, missed him. Ah, nailed it. Nailed it. Hello there. Why has it started doing that? I'm gonna have to fix that. It's doing like a Twitch, it's doing like a Twitch redeem thing. And it's not actually doing the Tangia. I'm gonna have to fix that. Look into... I'm gonna write that down. Look into... Tangia... redeems. It is... That might just be a synergy with Changi. I'll have to look into. We're not going to repair the Morgan. What are my specs? What do you mean, Darkfire? Do you mean the specs of my PC? Oh god, off the top of my head, that's a bit of an ask. My graphics card is a MSI brand 4070 Super. Easy. Come on. Oh. Just one more pot shot, maybe. Okay, maybe I can get a board in. Let's see. There we go. Let's get him. This is my process now. This is just what I do. This is just what I do. Let's get the puckle gun that's a little bit closer. Alright, my crew's kind of in the way. Nice. Just take a random pot shot. There we go. all too easy. So my graphics card is a 4070 Super MSI branded. My motherboard is a MSI P870 Wi-Fi. My CPU is a Ryzen 9 9900X. I have 2 sticks of 16GB G-Flare branded RAM. What else? I have a Corsair 800-watt gold power supply, and my case is a Fractal Design North. I want to ask you a question. Since you've said that you're bad at Souls games, do you have a good muscle memory? And is your hands at least semi-synced with your... Yeah, no, like, I exercise quite a lot. I work with my hands for a living. I'm a plumber. Oh, my network speed, I have, oh, God, I think my download speed is, like, over a gigabyte, and my upload speed is... like 900 megabits per second. So I've got like a gigabit per second download, or maybe even a little bit faster, and then I've got nearly a gigabit per second upload speed. I've got, like, I spend a lot of money. I spend a lot of money on my internet. So I normally stream at 8,000 kilobits per second, due to the fact that I stream to YouTube as well, and YouTube will allow that. Twitch will automatically tamper you down to 6,000 kilobits per second, but if you stream at a higher bitrate, it will still improve the quality of your stream on Twitch. It's just YouTube will accommodate the higher bitrate. I think... That's actually a good question. I can't remember. Maybe HLS? I actually haven't, I haven't looked at this stuff in a long time. Okay, so there's a bunch of mines. Interesting. So this is a very hostile territory. This is going to be very, very interesting to get into. Okay, let's park our ship here. No, I have not played Clair Obscur yet. I plan to, but I have not, there's so many other games for me to play that I've been taking my sweet time, unfortunately. Hostile territory is fun to... It's true. It is very true. Alright, let's get our ship parked, and then, since I have so much money, I might as well spend some of it. I've been really enjoying the ship upgrades, so I think I'm going to keep doing that. So, I think hull armor is going to be my next upgrade. I want to make sure that we don't die so damn easy. Alright, now with that, my friends, we are very close to the 4-hour mark. We'll just wait for the hurrahs. There we go. Ever sexier. Alright, and with that, my friends, our time in the game library is once again drawing to a close. I'm just going to be quitting the game so I can get my mouse back. I'm having so much fun. Like, I cannot express to you how much fun this is. I'm really, really enjoying this game. I'm very, very much enjoying this game. But with that said... Oh, good lord, I have to, like, log out, like, 10 times. This is insane. Okay. There was like 3 menus I had to log out of. I'm glad you like Rogue. I think it's very good. I think that this is a very good introduction for the franchise because it's a little bit of a side story, right? I'm not really interacting with the mainline content of the Assassin's Creed franchise, which I think I'm actually enjoying more. But I'm also getting some of the more kind of updated mechanics, so it's going to be interesting kind of stepping back and playing Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 and so on and so forth, I think. Have I played Black Flag? No, this is my first ever Assassin's Creed game. This is my first ever Assassin's Creed game. But with that said, guys, we are nearing the 4-hour mark, so I would just like to thank everybody for all of the support on the stream today. I would also like to give a special thank you to Conan, who rated us very, very early in the stream. I think you should play it, and I think I should play the whole franchise at this point. Like, I'm enjoying it. I am enjoying it. I have everything I got hand-me-down games for the Xbox 360, so I'm able to play it. But with that said... Oh, sorry. I just saw something on my computer. I saw a notification. I thought it was important. Okay. Sorry, gotta recenter myself after that. Kind of panicked. But with that said, I'm going to have to be ending the stream right away. My friends on YouTube, thank you all so much for the support. That really messed me up. Thank you so much for the support on YouTube, my friends. I'm working very hard towards monetization on that platform. I'm working very hard to get long-form content and short-form content for you guys to see, so keep a weather eye. Make sure to subscribe, like, and comment on any of the videos that you enjoy if you haven't already. It really, really does help, my friends. It really, really does help. But unfortunately, I cannot take you with us as I take our friends here on Twitch out on a raid. So it's not letting me snooze ads for some reason, so I need to hurry up and get you guys seeing a friend here. So let's see. Okay, so who do we have? Oh, we've got Ghost. I never get to raid Ghost. Oh, and of course she's playing The Witcher 3. Probably her first playthrough at that. So, Darkfire, I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But normally, that is what I stream. This week, I have an appointment on Wednesday. I'm streaming tomorrow, and we're streaming The Witcher. If you would like to continue any of these conversations, please, my friends, join the Discord. The schedule's there. Conversation with the community is there. If you want access to me outside of the stream, please join the Discord, and we can continue our conversations there at leisure. Okay, I think it's a no-brainer. We're raiding Ghost. Oh, did Ghost just end? Ghost, how dare you? Yeah, I think Ghost just ended. Yep, okay. So lamentably, some of you guys might be encountering ads in just a jiffy. Let's see. Who else? It's like, we're totally raiding Ghost. Dang it. Dango's playing? Okay. Oh, Master Max is playing some Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past. Let's do Max. Let's do Max. Alright, raid has begun. My friends, first link there is to the Beacons page. That has access to all of my socials, as well as my support pages. If you guys are wanting some swag or anything like that, that is the link. That will take you to anything and everything related to me. First message for the raid is to those of you who have subscribed and have access to all of our community emotes. The second message is for those of you who have followed and would just like to join in on the raiding fun. And with that, my friends, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all again this evening. I will be back again tomorrow playing some more of The Witcher 1, the Enhanced Edition. But until then, I ask that you be well, and I will see you on the next one.
You can't be looking at this. You can't be looking at this. Get over your hand. Oh shit. Some of my fellow thieves went into hiding because they were afraid of being caught.